Good morning. Hey, Xenobate. What's up, Nick? Oh, we got a couple Nicks in the chat. Hello, Sleazy. I'm excited for this match. I actually really am. Hello, AB Shakespeare. Morning, Casino Duck. Oh, maybe I should mute this. Here we go. Put this music back on. Oh, wait, I can do the thing that I did last time. What was it? Like, put it at like 200% zoom? There we go. Morning, Innate Optimist. Hey, D-Merc. Shadoob. Hello, Baquadro. Felix. Good morning. Angry Nerd Rocker. I caught word of a regrettable performance in a certain sub battle. But I would like to report that the team came through. Team came through with a sub battle dub. ALIREZA seems to be in fantastic form. But the thing about Magnus is you can be in the best form of your life and he can still beat you. Also, he can be in maybe like 70% form and still beat you pretty comfortably unless you are in 110% form. So we'll see what happens here. Also, they have Daniel Levy for the commentary team for the finals. I knew Dania would be there, but I thought maybe they would put Robert there instead of Levy, but it also depends what people want. I guess Hess was on the, whatchamacallit, panel, analysis panel instead. Hello, Force a draw. I'm definitely hoping for a close match as well, but I don't think I have to hope too much. Like, I think it'll happen. Knight c5. Okay, I mean, queen c2 to defend here. Definitely, if you can get away with a4, I mean, you're thrilled with this move. But bishop e3, hitting the knight. You'd have to play knight d7. But I think this if you can hold this type of position, you're very, very happy as black. Rook d1, threatening bishop takes, and now if queen there, we have knight d5. So these moves come to mind, but it's all at the expense of the b pawn. So definitely a lot of squares being fought for here. Knight c5, queen c2. He doesn't go a4. He goes bishop g4, bishop e3, b6. I mean, obviously, you never want to play g takes f3. So if bishop takes, he was going to take there. Rook d1. I don't know what the engine wanted there. I guess b4 probably. Instead, he goes rook d1, which means what? Queen e7. I suppose bishop e2 is the answer to this pin. I mean, he just pinned himself, so now he has to play bishop e2. Hello, TB Lightning. Yeah, so this is a really typical thing that happens is, I mean, black plays a4 because b4 is coming. And then white plays bishop takes c5 because it's the only natural move to win this pawn. Otherwise, black plays knight d7 and maybe you never win that pawn for the rest of the game. And if you go ahead and take this, not only does the e pawn fall in some cases and you might win your pawn back, but it's more about like just the dark square bishop, the compensation that you have. This is annoying. I have to scroll for this. Maybe... Nah, we got to go here. The button disappeared off the screen. So we did h3. But long term, you win this pawn every time because you can play rook d2, bishop d1. Like, it's impossible for black to watch over that pawn. So if black had played bishop d3, it would have been opposite bishops, but I think white would have won the a pawn every time. Yeah, it's a pretty nice feeling, innate optimist. When you start studying an opening and then you watch a high level game and they're using that opening, that's very cool. It looks like from Magnus's hair, you can tell he has a fan going, which is good. So the guys hopefully won't be passing out. G4 is bold. Basically, I think if black achieves like a bishop to G5, it's quite happy. Look at this knight though. You're not really stopping knight E6, knight D4, knight F4, one of those. Yeah, he had a fan in his last match, but I don't think he had it the whole time. I think it became clear that he asked for it because it was so like clearly uncomfortable. So now I think he has it from the start. Queen G5. Yeah, again, the H pawn and the A pawn, it's like, okay, pushing this pawn up to A4, what did that accomplish? Seems like nothing, but that actually got black the dark square bishop. Pushing the pawn up to H4, what did that accomplish? Well, it actually got white to play G4. That's the only reason the pawn ended up there. So both of these pawn moves are kind of like, you're kind of tossing a pawn in some cases, but it's okay because you're getting something pretty good in return, like getting the dark square bishop here and then getting the dark squares by getting g4 to be played. Like this knight on e6 is actually going to be the best piece on the board, most likely. I almost want to play a move like king f8. It seems very wasteful now, but honestly, I would consider it now. I don't know, just covering knight e7 feels pretty good, and it's clear that g5 is going to happen on bishop h6, so that's never an idea. I guess you could also try knight f4. Definitely not now. But I could see the idea of opening up the bishop. So I don't know. I kind of like king there. The other one that I don't mind is maybe like moving the bishop, getting the bishop out of the way. But there's something that I like about moving this king. I really don't like being on the e7 check square. f6 looks very clever, preventing g5. Where's the score? There is no score. Thanks, Chet Coyote. Love the Coyotes. Great team. Well, specifically not a great team, but that's why they're a great team. This is a bishop g4 moment. That's White's, problem piece. Knight e3 or knight c3? Okay, yeah. Knight c3, of course, to hit the a-pawn. But the knights are kept out of all the juicy squares here. Magnus absolutely wants to do this with the pawn covered. Black's rerouting here. I mean, I know this match is going to be very, very good already. I can just tell. This is game number 1. This is a very high-level game from both sides because it's like imbalanced, but the engine is like hovering around even the entire time. I would, how you see a game or you watch a game and you're like, I would lose with both sides here. I would lose with both colors. This is a great example of one of those ones. The evaluation is 0.00. And we're playing on like increment. Look at ALIREZA in the time scramble here. He's just smoking Magnus. He just turned like a bad position into something completely fine. What the fuck? Nah, this was a crazy first game. I think Magnus has actually got a smile on his face there that he doesn't have too often. I feel like that smile is like, I don't know. It's the only thing that really motivates Magnus is a very good match. Like a match where he feels he could lose. And I think he knows that he has one right now. You know how some people, like, they say, win or lose, I love the competition. And you're like, okay, sure. Win or lose, sure. I actually think that Magnus he's displayed that time and time again, that you just know it to be true. He gets too genuinely like happy with good competition that you just know it's a fact. He actually would be happy to win this match and happy to lose it. All right, let's hear what Hans has to say. Do you think that Hans is experiencing a very small dose of the feeling of acceptance? Just observing him this weekend, and especially observing him right now, I get a very strong feeling that he's mildly happy. He's a little bit happy. Yes, that's exactly what I mean, sleazy. Yeah, more accepted by others, integrated. Yeah, that's what I mean, of course. Hey, Claire. So I watched. So they do this thing on the commentary where they slot people in. Like, for example, Hikaru will definitely join this broadcast. I guarantee it. This match. But they do this thing where they feature different personalities, especially if the guys are knocked out, like get them on the commentary. So I was watching yesterday, and Magnus was there. So they had Magnus commentating because he had the day off just for a bit. And the chat was hating. Oh my God, I've never seen such hate. You have the GOAT of chess, Magnus Carlsen, in the commentary booth with Hess. And the chat was like, bring back Danya. Bring back Danya. They're like, you're asking too many questions. You're not commentating the game. I'm like, fucking Magnus could be talking about Roblox. I don't give a shit. What are we doing here? You could be speaking about a literal paint. It was crazy. The whole chat was like up in arms. I couldn't believe it. It's like, commentate. Look right now. A hating ass. Y'all really put Hans on this. Ruined the vibe totally. Levy better. Ugh, this guy commentating. Hans isn't good for the flow. Levy more energetic. Vibes left. Man, who came up with this idea? Go watch another channel until it comes back. Like, ugh, energy drained. Bring Levy. Oh, I'm so happy Hans is on. One comment. It's like 1-20 ratio. Send this guy home. Oh, bring back him on. Oh, thanks, buddy. This is crazy. But like, even if you don't like the guy, like, how can you hate on this? He's not going to be here the whole time. Maybe he'll be here maximum until the break of 5+1. That's my prediction. Maximum. Most likely he'll be there till the break. But like, what the hell? Just hating at every moment. Can't do nothing for these guys. Raids says, I am here in this chat because Hans came on. You see? How can people hate on this? This is clearly a good thing for the chess ecosystem. You know, it's moving the viewers around to the Chess Bra channel. Wow, Craig Miller subbed with Prime. Craig Millerer, the most Craig Miller of all Craigs that Millered. Oh, voice crack for the boys. Masturbation counselor, thanks for the 13 months. Dude, the chat will not leave the no handshake thing alone. 21-9, no handshake. Chat is crazy sometimes. You know, it's a difficult thing. Um, you know, Hans kind of has this persona that he puts on, which, you know, to his credit, will help, let's say, sell a match. But I feel like when he finally gets what he wants, which is, I don't know, being more integrated into the community, I feel like if he keeps up that persona, then it like it doesn't really make as much sense. It's like at some point you have to be like, okay, I got what I want, and then drop it. Oh, H5? H5, G6. Jeez. This was a pretty nice game. Live by the sword, die by the sword is absolutely correct. He definitely is Waldern. But Hans will always have things that a lot of people find unforgivable, and it's not even necessarily what he's done. It's probably his attitude like towards it. Because I think going forward, Hans will always have this thing where he's kind of like gonna weaponize the victim card, and his thing will always be, let's put the past in the past. What was done to me, let's forget it. And it's like, well, what was done to you, or what you did. And I think that the narrative is kind of becoming what was done to me, and that will probably just annoy people just about his persona, because it sounds very like push it under the rug, when pushing it under the rug benefits him. But there are people who are just going to be maybe annoyed by that behavior, but also would just rather see redemption arc Hans than villain Hans. So they just kind of prefer that. So they kind of go along with it. So we'll see. I think we're all definitely here for redemption arc Hans, but there's a very like correct PR way to go about it, so that everyone likes you. Because it's been done many times in various sports, or like a TV show. You might see like a TV show that has 8 seasons, right? And in season 1, a character does something that truly like disgusts you. It's like unforgivable. You can't believe it. You're like, fuck this character. Like I hate this character. I'm against that character for the whole show. And then trust me, by like mid season 2 to like season 3, and shows know how to do this to you, they redeem the character in a way that you didn't even think was possible. You all know you've experienced it. And it's crazy the way like a good show will do that, because you're like, holy shit, like this guy did something absolutely unforgivable, and here I am like kind of cheering for them in this moment. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, how did that happen? Yes, Chuck Bass from Gossip Girl. Bellic in Prison Break. Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister. But you know what I mean? Something so unforgivable, and then there you are like 2 seasons later being like, oh, he's so hard done by. Yeah, quacker quack. That's exactly what it is. God Koala, thanks for the 26 months. Welcome back. Using Prime, thank you, Koala. Apollo GW, also using Prime for 37 months. We had quite a long streaming day yesterday, and the streaming goal was set at 469 subs. So, guys, 1 Prime at a time, all right? We really need to chip into that. Big sub goal today, 469 subs. 1 sub at a time, though. Baby steps. Dr. Questionable, thank you for 42 months. Killing it. 6 subs already. Thanks, Dr. Questionable. 37 from Apollo, 40 from Dr. Questionable, all with Prime. And it's September. By the way, this game has looked beautiful from ALIREZA. This should be a win for Black. Like, to be honest. This bishop is kind of looking like trapped. And there's also rook c6 if it moves, but things are starting to look suspicious. The thing about g3 is often you're not even like ready to take the knight because black can just take it back and your bishop's trapped. So h3 definitely looks like a bothersome move. No, e4 is just hanging. What am I saying? Oh, knight f6 is a huge problem. Dude, this is what I'm saying about Magnus's position. It just looks bad. So here's a5, which is the only source of counterplay. Probably very strong as an idea because everything else looked terrible. But Magnus has a minute. He's kind of getting worked in this game. So we'll see if ALIREZA can finish off the result. Because once you lose this pawn, the entire position falls apart. How garbage is this knight? How garbage is this knight? I mean, the only saving grace is that it's attacking the bishop. The quality of Magnus's pieces is not high. So he's trying to weasel out here. Yeah, but how garbage, Eddie? How garbage? Eric OX 7677. Thanks for the 20 months. Also with Prime. Did I make a prediction on who wins? I said it was probably like a 60-40 match for Magnus. But that's based on Magnus definitely raising his level from yesterday or 2 days ago. Because if they both show up with their previous form, then I think Magnus will be okay. Oh, rook c1 here. Rook c1, bishop e3, rook b1, and just kind of like exist down there. Just exist. Just be annoying. Yeah, this looks very good for ALIREZA. Should lead to a win of something. This is so annoying. It's just like pinning absolutely everything. The knights are garbage. Bishop f8 holds everything if you just need one strong, sturdy defender. And I think black's planning knight here, queen g4. Yeah, knight here is so strong as well. You know what is interesting is someone like Hans or Vladimir Kramnik. Here's the thing. Do you think that they are the only people who have experienced, let's say, a chess.com bug of any kind during a match? I think it's fair to say that the answer is no. Are they the only ones that complain? Yes. So it really does mean that like other people are probably sitting there experiencing the same things and just being like, fuck it, we ball. Like that. What am I gonna sit here and debate like a millisecond or 2 seconds disappearing from my clock? Like, fuck it. Because there's no way that other people haven't experienced it as well. Okay, let's see here. Wow, that decision is surprising. Very surprising. But just make a queen, no? Or is he worried about... No, just make a queen. Yeah. Okay, h5 is... maybe after h5... Okay, but take, right? Ah, take and let us see it. I don't think anyone there was willing to showcase the great checkmate. Oh, we're at a break. Okay. I'm not sure if he's talking about like a fan or something. It feels like he was talking about a light. Go ALIREZA. Yeah, Magnus reviewing the game. Oh, wow. You can even see the break timer there as well. Dude, this photo, oh my goodness. That's my bouldering forearm right there. Thank you very much. Yep. But as soon as, oh my goodness, like chess.com getting a hold of this photo is like the greatest thing. Oh, the black guy at the board, quickly. 5 photographers. Take it quick. Just absolutely head over heels for this fucking photo. And the craziest thing about this photo, I don't know if you guys actually had a chance to look at it, but there's no king. Salty does not have a king. There's no king on the board. So Salty looks like he literally looks like a token plant. They just sat him down at a random board. Sit the fuck down. Take the picture. There's no king on the board. It's just not there. It looks like he doesn't know how to play chess. Yes, that's right. Quantity sufficient. College pamphlet vibes. Why not get an actual GM if they wanted to do that? No, everybody knows Maurice Ashley, you know? Salty comes across well. a great mix of being cool and showing up to these like chess nights. Yeah, salty strikes the perfect mix. Maurice would look a little bit stiff there. Salty is like very loose. I do not think I've played against Maurice Ashley over the board. Nope. Yeah, I enjoyed that as well. Innate Optimist. It was fun to do. Unfortunately, it's had absolutely zero impact, but that was expected. Exactly, Jingo. Zero impact from what I could see. I was watching our sub battle yesterday, and I still am in shock that we sent our best hyperbullet warrior, Gory, and he just got absolutely smacked by Hannah Sace, like tournament player. Like, what? Just got absolutely demolished. I feel like I was misled. Gory needs a redemption arc now as well. I no longer think of Gory as the stable 30-second guarantee that he once was. You needed 10-second chess. Oh, Age of Empires was like an Eric 2. We played when we were kids. I mean, this is the game I grew up playing before like any other video game. Oh yeah, we've done a stream with Hera before. Hera did like he might have done yeah, he did like a 3-on-1. It was Hera against me, Eric, and one other guy. I couldn't tell you who it was right now. Might have been Czech Manarov or something. But it was like he 3-on-1'd us and just rolled the shit out of us. He rolled us. Ninja? No, not really. I think you've just got that. Unless you're combing through the live streams that are uploaded to the Chess Bra VODs channel on YouTube, then yeah, that's kind of all you got. Hello, Mannered Monkey. Yes, go Age of Empires. Yeah, well, I happen to know French now, like just as I wouldn't say I'm fluent, but I know it very, very well as a language. But when I was when I was younger playing video games. I'm definitely going to be doing this when I have kids. Low key, probably like something I didn't really mind at the time, but I didn't really appreciate was that in order to play video games, my mom had me play them in another language, which I think was something that was very cool. So I had to play Age of Empires in French, and so I have the most fucking random vocabulary. Like I'm ready to tell you about sheeps, farmers, and like 18th century military. It's like the day that someone walks up to me, I'm so ready for that conversation. So yeah, I like that one. I played FIFA in Spanish mainly because I wanted to hear the commentary in Spanish. Goal. But yeah, Age of Empires in French and FIFA in Spanish. All right, what's happening here? Is this a repeat of a line they played? No, I don't think so. Knight h7, knight g5. Bishop f1, b6, bishop c4. Interesting. So he's going to play around this? Or maybe bishop moving knight c4, same idea, but yeah, he's going to go this way. Also, knight e3 is not forced. Like he could go knight g3, knight f5. Yeah, the Italian game, my absolute favorite. Yeah, like what's the future for this bishop? Bishop back to f6. The bishop actually kind of gets in the way of the queen. Black would want these two pieces to disappear so that the queen could go to g5, right? Okay, knight g4 is not really a dangerous proposition. The bishop can now go back. And obviously this is not a serious edge for anybody. So we're going to see, like, basically Magnus is protecting this bishop with his life here. H4 is always a move that if you can play H5 and the pawn moves, terrible. That's like the worst possible way to play the structure with black, because you're losing all these light squares and the pawn on G5 gets in the way of your own pieces. So H4 always gets met by H5. But H4 is good for white to achieve because it stops bishop G5. So G5 by Magnus is one of those moves that the engine's going to dislike, but if you just think about the position and like the entry points that white has, you have rook d6, and that's about it. I wouldn't be surprised if something like rook d6, rook takes c6, and like letting this happen is the answer somehow, but there you go. But it's not that easy. I think the reason that this is such a good position for white is rook takes c6, rook takes c8. And I think that Magnus didn't appreciate that until right now, because the light squares are just so nasty. And yeah, I mean, it's rook takes c8 for sure. Has to be, right? Bishop takes e3. Is that anything? Yeah, I don't know. Bishop takes e3, just rook takes some rook, right? Yeah, queen g5, and just let the queen takes yeah. Magnus definitely underestimated rook takes c8. I think this is going to become a loss here, because queen h3, queen here, queen f3, forking, queen g2 would be a check. So yeah, this position should be lost. But this was a nice way of handling g5. Like ALIREZA very quickly saw rook d6, rook c6, and rook c8. Any other way of handling g5 there, like taking, would have led to a pretty big initiative for black on the king side. So that was pretty instructive. I definitely do not think rook d6, rook c6, rook c8 would be found that quickly by, well, anyone, to be honest. Bishop f1 maybe? I don't know. Could also just take, like, he's just going to play bishop e8 and bishop b5, and everything is kind of covered. Yeah, I have a feeling Magnus will resign in a couple moves. Yeah, like now. There we go. Yeah. I thought that was a pretty well played game by ALIREZA. I enjoyed that one a lot. Because he was, I don't know how much better he was, but he played bishop takes g5, didn't give away the, like, didn't just trade the knights, and wasn't tempted by knight for bishop. Instead, he voluntarily gave up the bishop pair. Then, from there, it felt like he was maneuvering, like had a small, I don't know even if he had a serious edge, but it seemed like a small edge. And then Magnus went for g5, and he handled it perfectly. Like rook d6, rook c6, rook c8. It's just beautiful. Yes, Tim and Magnus, two similar guys. I noticed Magnus has played the move g4 or g5 actually quite often in this match. What is this live interview? I know people are going to be upset. Oh, okay. They're upset already. You see this? This guy again. I just know they're tilted. The chat's tilted already. Let him live in peace. This is the Neuralink guy, yes. Let the man be in peace. Like, do these people have brains? Let him be in peace. Why the fuck do you think he's at the Speed Chess Championship venue live? Is he there to be fucking ignored? Like, oh, the Neuralink guy is randomly at the Speed Chess Championship finals. Let him be. Let him be. Clowns. Yeah, he just showed up. Okay, so Hickey's on his own stream right now. This is a... Men or Monkey would be a fan of this layout here. This is an overload of information. We've got the two big cameras. We've got the clock timers on the screen. We've got the two commentator cameras offset down here. Then we've got the timer over here. Then we've got the scores down here. Then Hikaru over here. Then the chat over here. Sweet chat. Like, it's a lot. I'm not going to lie. Everything fits on the screen. So I'm not sure there's a better layout for this much stuff. But still. It's a lot. It's a lot. Oh yeah, then the IRL screen behind ALIREZA's head. That's right. It is a little bit of a brain overload. Are we gonna see E5? Yeah. Go Eric and go NFL. Tim, I hope you're going to be supporting the Bills and Mac Hollins. Go Mac, Ralph. Go Mac. Yes, we have Kyler running around. Kyler and Mac, yes. Let me find... let's see here. Okay, tennis. What are they kicking off from further or something? They're making the kickoff safer or something, right? Less like people just getting KO'd. I don't know much about it, but I know that it's supposed to be safer. That's what I was reading. Eric, who do you have in the I assume Java Bandit has the other side. Who do you have in the US Open final? There's going to be some issues here. So the knight moves, and then there's bishop f7. Oh, wow, the bishop there. Did not see that. Is there some way to make that work? Not really. Knight here, queen f5, and then knight e5. Just slowly go. Jeez. Did not see the queen. That's how I would end that game, surely. Oh, we got Java here. Hello, Java Bandit. I mean, Rook e7 is killer. $24 for Reza. Let's see. Yeah, what? He wants more than just bishop f7, right? Ultimately, it looks like he didn't find it. Okay, bishop back to c4. Oh, okay, b3. Queen c4. Oh, and bishop c2. Two checkmate ideas. Knight h7, knight f6 might be needed, but then knight e5 is killer. Yeah, you almost... Nah, this is brutal. Queen c4, and then queen d8 because knight f6, knight e5. You can almost just start farming pawns here, but I'm assuming he wants more. Okay, well, this is about to happen, so... Is knight e5 a move here? Takes king g7. I don't know. Bishop e6. Yeah, this looks like the way to go. And then what? Bishop f5. I think you need to have this queen covering the pawn here. H4 at some point. Okay, obviously check. Yeah, this was pretty well played from Magnus here. Pretty good technique at the end to close that win out. Man, the stimulation is crazy. Yeah, there's SCC, there's the NFL Red Zone, there's the US Tennis Final. Is this live in person or on chess.com? Both. Didn't expect that answer, did you? What happens with the b7 pawn in this in these positions? Like, do you just have to chuck it? Magnus is very upset about something. I think he's just upset with his decision to take on b5. He's like, what the fuck was that? Because white's just going to play queen b3, I assume? Like, it's just a pawn, I assume. That's the problem. Like, he's going to have to play b6, which is disgusting. Or he's going to have to chuck the pawn. I think he's going to chuck the pawn and castle, yeah. Makes sense. But he's definitely upset with just like being in this position at all. So what does he want to play? He wants to play g3, but he can't, which is annoying. So the knight is going to reach the f4 square here. How insane is 91, Fractal? I like the way you're thinking. It's definitely not insane. It happens to be the case that knight h3 also hits f2 with the bishop, so I'm a little apprehensive, but it's definitely not insane. Yeah, knight f4 is pretty annoying here. White's better, white's up a pawn, but it's just one of those things where it's not that easy. Look, 4 minutes to under 2 minutes. We might see 91. 91 doesn't need to be followed immediately by g3, by the way. So, for example, like something like this could happen. Let's see what he did. Why can I not refresh the moves? Huh? What's going on? Oh, okay. I guess it's back. Magnus is grooving. Okay, so queen d1 was played, c6. I think Magnus is happy enough with his compensation. Like, yeah, there's this extra pawn, but this will only be relevant in a pure endgame. And this bishop is so strong. There's d5 coming. There's knight f4, queen g6 coming. He's got a insane time lead. So I think he's got more than enough compensation. That dangerous knight on f4, providing more than enough in return. Magnus is definitely jamming right now. Do you think he's listening to Flo Rida again? Rook b2. Knight on e3 is fantastic. But if you would rather play either side here, like I think you're going with the black pieces. Because this pawn, it just doesn't matter until later. And there's going to be like an onslaught of threats to stop before then. So queen g6. G3 runs into knight h3. Yeah, knight h3, he's going to try this. Rook takes f2 here. And is there a win there? Queen h5, knight h4. I mean, it definitely can't be. Okay, there's queen e6 regardless. So probably this, queen e6, g4, and then maybe h5, but bare minimum, queen takes c4 should be pretty good there. There's also knight takes f2, which is pretty clear. Hitting the queen. Knight takes f2, queen c1. Okay, yeah, we see this line. This one makes sense. Yeah, queen f5, g6 is just so strong. Yeah, that was a pretty good game by Magnus. Like, honestly, if you look at the game, it's like even. I know my cam's in the way, but basically as soon as the cam starts, it just drops off. And it was honestly, it was this, like he just couldn't deal with knight f4 or couldn't find like a satisfactory way. And he spent like 2-3 minutes, you know. You'd rather play with the black pieces. Magnus has now won 2 in a row. You can't see? Thank you for telling me. It's almost like I didn't know that. I couldn't possibly have known that. It's not like I said that out loud as well. Finally, a different position here. D5, as opposed to, I think they've been playing these like D takes E positions for the majority of the match. Basically, this is so I don't know much about the King's Indian. Definitely not a specialist, but one thing that has always made sense to me is, for example, after c6, the reason that d5 is so logical is if you're playing the King's Indian, you're probably familiar with the concept. Even as like an 1100, you'd be familiar with the concept that once you close the position, then black's plan is obviously to move the knight somewhere and play f5. Every single time that you play f5, you want the rook to be on f8. To be honest, you might want the rook on f8 so you can use the e8 square for the knight. So one of the very few things which is almost always true and has always made sense to me is that when black plays rook e8 and e5, then d5 is much stronger. So even here, to me, d5 makes sense in a way because the rook is here. So I would already be like pretty satisfied. But then when black plays c6, I'm definitely satisfied playing d5. Because now I know that there's even going to have to be a trade, or black's going to have to play c5. The trade with the open c file will benefit me because black's play is over here. He's going to be very slow to make it happen. And then I could use the c file. So it's probably the only thing that's always made sense to me. So once I see this, I'm very happy to play d5. And I think we've basically saw that here. Yeah, so ALIREZA goes knight h5, then knight f6. And look at the play. Like, what would usually be a scary position with f5, instead, the eval is like +2. And the knight on f4 just doesn't really matter. Because there's no backup to this attack. There's no... I mean, it's not like it's nothing, but it's significantly less scary than usual. Nice to see Mac catching a first down, Eric, and then Val's buddy Josh Allen fumbling. Oh, Red Zone just showed it, Tim. Yeah, that's crazy. How far was that? I'm expecting, like, this is very much in the Magnus wheelhouse. This has been an impressive game. Wow, the throw was like picture perfect from Richardson on that. Damn. Queen takes b7. This is lights out here. Hitting f7, hitting a8, so you can't take the knight. d6 coming. Magnus is pretty happy here. 3.5, 2.5 in the match, and setting himself up for 4.5, 2.5 pretty comfortably. Hello, Tarnished. I didn't see the whole sub battle hella, but very good. Very good to see the win. So I didn't see like everybody's games, but A6. So still no rook takes e5 possible. I think it was a good performance. But really, it was a crush, to be honest. It was a crush. Not just a win, but a statement win. One for the Chess Broad legacy. Magnus is kind of, he's getting into a flow state right now. How long is left? 15 minutes on this segment? Magnus is the one that seems to be finding all the tricks right now. Rook b8 was extremely tricky as a move. Like, you have to see things through to the end because your knight is just totally hanging. Like queen c6, rook takes, knight is completely hanging, but the a pawn is going, you know? Queen c4. Magnus is definitely, he's seeing it all right now. Knight f3 here is not, I mean, it's definitely not the move you want to play, but could be kind of nice. Yeah. Go knight f3. Just gaining time. So the a6 pawn is fantastic because you never have to worry about it. It's just always defended. Rook d1 here makes a lot of sense. You could also grab f4, which I also really like. d6. Oh my god, there's just so many good moves here. d7 is playable here. Taking time for h3. Go habits. Paul JB, thanks a lot for the 26 months, buddy. Oh, he resigned. Yeah. Magnus is really flowing right now. 3 in a row. 4.5, 2.5. That's the thing, though. He's only up 2. And it's been 3 in a row. To be honest, this game has a very high chance to be the last one. There's 12 minutes left. The games on average should last longer. Okay, very aggressive. Is he going straight with knight a5? H4, queen f6, and I guess black's long castling here. G3. Honestly, the move doesn't look that crazy. But I guess you can always take on H4 now as black. Magnus has a very weird position here, but he's happy with it. Like queen fianchettoed on G7, but honestly, this 5-minute portion needs to end. Magnus is too flowy. He's feeling it right now. This is the equivalent of like Steph Curry is just hitting every 3-pointer and you just give the ball back to him. Give the ball back, give the ball back. Like at some point you need a timeout or you need the quarter to end to just end the energy. I think I could learn a ton from these matches if I was like actively trying to. But I'm not sitting here like trying to pay attention every detail. But I definitely like right now I'm learning something because I play against this opening often enough, and I don't really have a thing to do against it. I do the exact same setup as him with this and this. But to be honest, when f3 e4 happens, I'm never too sure how to handle it. And so seeing Magnus play like g5, knight h5, and then queen f6 confidently, I'm like, oh, okay. So maybe that's the way to do it, or that's a way to do it. So I feel like I'm learning something watching this game. But usually it'll be a very specific thing. Do I think he just made that idea up? No. Paul JB, those are literally my screens right now. Same for you. Firouzja is under big pressure. Black's position is fluid. Knight comes back to g7, and you just constantly have to think about all this nonsense. And for black, it should work out for you because, I mean, you're castled. Every piece is developed. Look at white's position. Pawns everywhere. Literally, 2 bishops developed. That's it. So, of course, without calculation, this should work for black. With calculation, it might work for white, but just the status quo here is sort of that Magnus has less to worry about than ALIREZA. Just because the position should work. I mean, he hasn't done anything wrong. Take, knight f4. Get out of the 5-minute segment. Magnus is feeling it too much. Lethal right now. Lethal. Rook h8. Knight takes king d2. And you're just going to take back. And knight a5. The c4 pawn is going to drop. I think king d2 instead of taking was the right way to go. But I only say that in hindsight, having seen the engine be like, whoa. Because I don't know. This move made sense to me. Yeah, this game is for sure over. It's opposite bishops, but that actually makes it more winning for black. Knight d2 has to be played. Absolutely has to be played. And honestly, he might just take. Take some kind of g4, rook f3. Looks extremely uncomfortable. Yeah, he's going to resign the game, and they're going to play one more. Magnus has won how many in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're now in what will be absolutely the last game of this segment. 5.5, 2.5. But this is scary. Magnus is totally feeling it. Yeah, that's right. He's dialed in. But he is dialed in. The match will start to speed up, though. I do find the 5-minute portion, like, I'm not going to lie, it's interesting, but I start fading a little bit because it's just so long. Like, an hour and a half of 5-minute chess, like, 5-minute does feel so ancient. 5+1 as well, so the games can go like 15 minutes. It's just a little bit long for me, so I do start fading. But I also understand that, like, you can't shorten the time control that much because the whole point is to measure the players. Queen takes. Wow. The whole point is to measure the players. I guess at the highest level, so it makes total sense to include 5-minute there. No Greek gift, Tommy, because the bishop's on e7. So what was actually needed here? Maybe bishop g5. So here's an idea for you, Tommy. If you liked bishop h7 so much, then bishop g5 is a cool idea. Because takes, you could throw bishop h7 in now. And then this looks pretty good. Rook e3. So that's not bad at all. Yeah, looks like it was the move instead of rook b1 there. Hello, Stenio. Bishop takes f3. Queen takes f3. Xenobait. Not only is your rook hanging in the corner, but more importantly, bishop takes h7. Winning your queen would be a threat there. Okay, this game is crucial for a few reasons. Obviously, it's 5.5, 2.5, and 6.5, 2.5, 4-game lead, and 5.5, 3.5, 2-game lead is a huge deal. But the other and probably main reason why I think this game matters so much is that ALIREZA is definitely better. Okay, Rook b1 was not the best from Magnus. Had to double the pawns because this rook was hanging. f5 was great. f4, he's giving away this pawn. ALIREZA has played better thus far. So if Magnus wins, it's going to be because he's like in such a flow state that he's even winning the positions that he's not supposed to win. And if he starts winning those, this is trouble. Big trouble for ALIREZA. So yeah, basically we'll see if Magnus can kind of pull off, like even here, bishop a6. Is bishop a6 something? I mean, there's always a queen c6 check, but... Or I guess maybe there's knight c2. Yeah, knight c2. Yeah, just had to make sure. Queen a5, intending a very nice tactic. Queen d5, queen takes d4. But yeah, Magnus is definitely worse here. Bishop b5. So ALIREZA probably has to chuck the pawn, but can you chuck the pawn without trading the rooks? I don't know that you can. Takes, rook c7. If bishop d7, there's king here, but white's going to take with the rook, and I'm assuming, yeah, I should be able to draw that that position. Although it doesn't necessarily look like a very, very easy thing to do. But Firouzja needs to find a way to keep the rook on the board. Not easy to do at all. Because, yeah, queen takes f4, giving up this, and then, like, all your pawns start to fall. ALIREZA needs the win. So he's going with queen f4. That's the decision. Queen takes d7. What the hell happens there? Yes, there are some checks to be had, but then what? Almost like he's gonna... Jeez. Rook c2. Okay, he wants the win. This is impressive. I would, to be honest, I would never consider a variation like this as black where this happens. And that's to a detriment. I'm not saying that that's the right thing to do. I would just never. But ALIREZA needs the win, so that's why I'm not there. Literally. Exactly right. Didn't expect it to be going this way. I think it's still early stages. I wouldn't be like, oh, the match is like over, but I do agree. Magnus is he's got off to a tremendous start. But Magnus raises his level. Like he knows if he shows up today playing the same that he did against Hans, like he wouldn't have a chance, to be honest. But also just different style, different matchups, different opponent. Okay, King F1. I mean, it doesn't have to be King F1, but it makes the most sense. Starting to get to the point where you could see something going wrong here as well. Bishop C4 is a huge threat. Bishop C4 seems to win the game. I don't know if there's better than... Well, to be honest, at this point, I'm not really sure what the move is. I was going to say F4, but you can move the bishop here. Bishop D1 to B3, maybe? Bishop G7, but then E6? I mean, Magnus is playing for the win now. Yeah, this is a... I mean, ALIREZA is fine here. Bishop E7, King G7, but definitely not how you wanted to do it. Yeah. Magnus will be pretty satisfied with that draw. Not terribly encouraging for Firouzja to end the segment, but okay, it's 6-3. All right, I'm going to take a break as well. I'll leave you guys with the sweet intermission sounds of chess.com. Be right back. Now, the 3-minute coming up. All right. All right, let's go. Back into it. Honestly, looking at the jar there, would you guys have guessed 271 pieces? Because I swear I would have guessed significantly lower. Like to the point where I would like to see a count. Like I almost don't believe it. $271 is nuts. Like just looking at the jar physically and knowing that like 32 pieces make up like a full chess set if you exclude the extra queens. I just think like 32, how many chess sets are in there? It's like, are there 10 chess sets in there? 10? I don't know. Like 10 chess sets, 320 is not far off the actual answer. You would be pretty close to the answer if you guessed that. And that's shocking to me. Okay, what happened here? Knight d5, bishop takes, and then c6, d5. Even though the two bishops are there, I think I like this position for black. Looks comfortable. This bishop is not terribly impressive. Yeah, 8.5 chess sets. I don't know. I'm shocked by that. I would expect that to take up much more room. But now we know for the future. We're ready to be expert guessers. B4. Some nice energy there with that move. Yeah, ALIREZA is very good in bullets, so I wouldn't say that he's like done for. Even with like a 3-4 game deficit, he's a huge underdog if that it remains that way going into the bullet, but not like no chance. Whereas if you're down like, I don't know, 3-4 games against Magnus and you're someone else other than like maybe Naka or Faruja, you're pretty much lost. Well, yeah, boner poll. They had to make sure that the obvious guesses were covered, right? Because then if you have like thousands of people participating, you are probably going to have the right answer in there many times. What's ALIREZA looking for? For a realistic answer, cutting the lead to like 6-4, or cutting the lead to 2 rather. So probably like +1 in this section would, I think, be pretty good, because he's also like, he just doesn't seem as good as Magnus right now. So to all of a sudden just like flip it around and be so much better than your opponent in this section would be kind of shocking. So I think baby steps, like to go +1 in this segment would be a good achievement, I think. Okay, here comes the scramble. Black's up a pawn, but white definitely has some stuff going for him. Wow, I love that move. H6, H4. That's a fantastic move. ALIREZA in the scrambles. Rook B8. Dude, that was so strong. Now knight D5, knight C3 is coming. Magnus played pretty much just as well as ALIREZA there. Yeah, D3 falls. Holy. Bishop B5, yeah. Ooh, I'm wondering, yeah. Thought white was going to play bishop A3. Now Magnus is stabilizing his pawn, it feels like. Oh, knight H4. G6, take. There's ways to still lose this. Oh my goodness. E4. ALIREZA. So impressive. His scramble, like what he can do in the time scrambles, I mean, there's no way to say it better than like he actually is just better than Magnus in the scrambles. Like we've seen enough evidence of it. And I think of a scramble as like, let's say you have a slightly worse position and you emerge slightly better. That's like, it's credit to your scramble. Now this position right here is less of a scramble. This is actually a bit more like technique. So I could definitely see Magnus winning this position, because now there aren't as many tricks for him. Okay, if he wins this in speed chess, I mean, just fucking hell. Nah, this would be nuts. So the engine's finding like mate, but of course it's because nobody like really knows what's going on. This is fucking crazy. I think we're actually about to see it. Knight E3. Oh, King G3, King G4. I think Magnus had it there. Like he had him kind of boxed in. Oh my god. I really think he had it. It's so diff. It's literally like Yeah, easily the most difficult thing to accomplish, period. But yeah, this is going to get to 50 moves for sure. Magnus will definitely be like, I think, a little bit upset. But kind of like a what can you do upset. Like, that's the most difficult thing to achieve. So where did it get? I'm genuinely a bit curious here. So what? It was the closest here? I need to see. So what does it want? So basically it wants knight d3. And of course the king, yeah, would probably go, I mean, you could go here, but I guess the real trick is you don't care about allowing f4, so the king goes somewhere. And then when the king goes to h3, the trick is this, to prevent the king from going like that. And okay, f4 can be played, but you kind of just ignore it. Knight d3. And at this point, I guess you can do it. No way this can be found in that time. I mean, the answer is yes, no way. But to be honest, it was impressive that Magnus turned this position into that position. Because he did all the hard work. And here, you just know something's good because look at these knights. They're covering everything. You know there's got to be a way here. 1000%, if you have the black pieces here, even though this is the toughest thing to do in chess, you know that you have a chance to do it here. For sure. Magnus knew it. Even ALIREZA knew it. Like, the coordination is just too good for black. So no, you cannot checkmate with two knights against a king, but you can checkmate two knights against a king and a pawn sometimes, not all the time, because at some point in a situation where you would not be able to force white to do something, you can now, because you can basically put them in stalemate and they'll have to move their pawn while you bring the other knight around to checkmate them. So anyway, we can look at this next game, of course, but that was just too, like, that's one of the rarest situations to get into in chess. So had to take a look at that. Okay, so we're seeing it time and time again, by the way. Every time the rook goes to e8 and ALIREZA makes another move, whether it's b6, c6, notice how Magnus is not playing d5 right away, but as soon as ALIREZA commits some other move, he's like, okay, d5. And it's back to the same King's Indian rule I was telling you, like, the rook on f8 supports f5, and so ALIREZA keeps getting in these King's Indians where he's going rook e8, then he's going back rook f8, and then moving the knight, and then going f5. So he's like two moves down from the normal position that he should have. Yeah, and he's very far behind here. Hey, looking forward to have you in there, Merc Wahlberg. We got a class tomorrow, so perfect timing. Okay, this was already a win. Sorry, I didn't even realize the game ended. Yeah, that game was bad. Magnus is really, really killing it right now. We're playing this position again, 7.5, 3.5. And to be honest, he almost got the win in that two knight endgame, so damn. And the thing about Magnus winning here, if he does win, is you know that he's beating a very in-form ALIREZA. Like he'll be beating ALIREZA pretty much at, I don't know, like unfair to say his peak, but pretty much as good as he is playing at the moment. So it'll be very impressive. AliReza has used this G4 move before. Okay, so if B5 is happening, we're probably going to see G4. So the only thing is G4, G5. Black's playing knight B6 and here. So B5 takes away C4. But G4 kind of does the same. So it's like a very similar kind of move. I think he is Lerner, but I don't want to say AliReza is peaking because I truly think he can like play at a level that's higher than this. So he is peaking at the moment, but I don't think this will be his peak, if you know what I mean. Yeah, in form. Yeah, he's gonna. Okay, so rook e8 will happen. I was thinking is okay, bishop g5. Here f5, knight takes g5, and there's no rook e8 because knight e6. Bishop takes d4 and f5. So bishop d4 castles, then f5 anyway. You know, it's such a weird thing, but everybody wanted to play bishop d4. I saw even the commentators. But the answer is like f5 wins a piece. So instead of sacking a piece to win a piece back, favorably for black, but instead of sacking, try to keep your piece and do the exact same thing. Because even if you castle, like, you can't remove both of these pieces from the pin in one move. But it's so weird that my instinct was this, commentator's instinct was this, Magnus, his instinct was obviously that because he played it. Just funny how one thing can be missed by so many strong players. Yeah, AliReza might actually get a win from this position because Magnus allowed rook e6. Like rook e1, rook e6 is so powerful. I was gonna say maybe queen c6 there. Here, king f6, queen h4, g5, and actually black starts to take over the position. Maybe queen here takes h6 and queen d8. If you take, you might lose. That looks pretty good. You got to take on h5. Yeah, queen e1 was such a nasty threat. White's bishop is no good on a2. Queen d4, queen h8. Very easy to fall for this stuff. Ooh, there might have been a queen b1 check and then take back. Queen d6 is always available. Black's making pass pawns here. This is scary, especially because there's going to be random checks for black at all times. Super scary for. And how does this work? Because you can't just queen. You can queen now, but you should be getting mated here. Here, and here. Because you can't block the check. There's 4 queens on the board. What a wild game. So Magnus has one, draw, 1. Guys, the streak that Magnus is on right now is crazy. Crazy. Magnus is so in form right now. I don't even necessarily think that ALIREZA is playing like that poorly. Maybe you could say he's like not playing at the level that he was the other day, but I'm not sure that that's totally fair. It's possible that it's not quite at the same level, but I feel like Magnus is just on another planet right now. This looks problematic. Yeah, I think he wants to get the knight off the board. So knight d6, queen c7, and bishop e7 will remove it eventually, but the f7 pawn is hit, so. No, they're making you yearn for it, A.B. Shakespeare. You have to want it more. Jeez. They made you wait for that. Thanks, Reptilius the Third, for the 39 months with Prime. I think black wants to just leave the bishop on e7, but... Okay, knight c3. Then finally the bishop can exist here, and the knight will have to work very hard to get back to d6. Does not look possible. I actually think I really like the way AliReza played this. He regrouped his pieces, bishop c8, queen c7, and then he brought the bishop like to f8, e7 or whatever just to cover knight d6. Eventually he played f5 to kick the knight out of e4 because the threat of going to d6 was causing black's pieces to just be uncomfortable. And then once he kicked the knight out, he brought the bishop back to this diagonal to pressure this pawn. So he has ideas like rook d7. This bishop does not look great, but it's kind of defending the one pawn that needs to be defended because f5 had to be played. And honestly, he can switch to the g file now. So it was a pretty good game from AliReza. I like the way he handled the opening here. $50 apiece. Hey, Master Chess Dojo. You're friends with Aryan. That's quite a lot of people. Aryan's a very, very friendly guy. King a2, a terrible move. Knight on e2 keeps everything nice and secure, like f4, d4, etc. Okay, bishop f3 will certainly happen, and the problem for AliReza is the endgames are so bad. So bad here. I'm almost getting the feeling that Magnus can start. I mean, even some kind of trades work here. He's down a pawn, but should he ever get the pawn back, he'll just be better. Okay, queen takes a5, rook takes f4. Almost like rook h4 here. That looks like a good move because it looks scary to take that f pawn. Rook d8. I don't know. Queen b6, a5, a6. Seems like an actual threat. Ooh, was there rook takes c8 there? No, rook takes c8 is a bit crazy. There's a5. Bishop takes e6. He's one move short. Magnus wins again, dude. Like, it's just crazy. So they're going to play one game. And then they're going to have their break. Because I guess it's just over the 30, like the halfway point. So. Yeah, 9.5, 3.5, and it honestly doesn't look like he's letting up. No stopping Magnus. Yeah, no sign of letting up for Magnus either. Bishop f6. Okay, knight e4 is about to happen. Knight d5, you have to take it. So many games in this match, it feels like Hikaru has a real talent to kind of come back. He's so resourceful. It's like one of Hikaru's best skills in a bad position. And anytime that Magnus has had an advantage, it feels like he's pushed it for like a full point almost every time. And when ALIREZA's had the better position, Magnus has often come back to draw or to win those positions, which is like something that Hikaru does pretty well. So I don't know. A match is just not really going to go your way when you're you're not able to win the positions where you're slightly better. Because right now Magnus is winning the games he's supposed to win, and he's also winning the games he's supposed to lose. Has Hikaru commentated yet? I'm not sure. Maybe he's planning to go to the venue like now and join later. But I saw him on his like he was on his own channel commentating. Maybe that's what he meant. Baited everyone. Actually, I'll be commentating tomorrow on my channel where I stream. Queen takes c7. Queen a1 check does not look very appetizing. Okay, h3. Wow. Okay, something there? No, just blunders. AliReza played h3, which is a move I would play in a heartbeat. Like h3, how could h3 not be good? And that smile that AliReza just let out was like, what the hell's happening? I just played the most natural move in the position, and it was like lost. And now they go to a break after that. ALIREZA's in trouble. Holy shit. 10.5, 3.5. Magnus is stomping. Oh boy. Oh boy. Spy Kids music. I think they have the lo-fi connection going on. The chat is gonna hate this. This guy again? Stop milking. Just wait. The comments are gonna flood in. Yeah. There you go. This guy again. Neuro dude is back. This guy. Get rid of this guy. Who is this guy? Let him live. Could Danny like look more feminine? Mac TD? Wait, for real? Let's go. Mac TD. Go Mac, go Bills. Let me see. Okay. Okay, Mac. Let's go. Thanks for the 70 there, Irish Chesticles. Every time he says, I am Levy Rosman, I just can't unhear. I'm Levy Rosman, and I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky, and I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, AliReza needs a bounce back. So we've seen this before. Again, b6, d5. And whenever a4 gets played, by the way, if he took right now, what would be the problem? Oh, wow. 94? And then here, and then here, and then... Jeez, okay. Fuck me, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty good. So, of course, everybody knew that. And they drew the game. Okay. Well, game's done. Next game. Means a lot, Irish Chesticles, that you're continuing past 69 months. Do you guys think that Magnus is interested in playing the move g6? Do you think? No. Couldn't be. Couldn't be. Interesting. Bishop g5 and bishop takes f6 from ALIREZA. Okay, well, now g6, e5. Quite tricky. You really, 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 really want to play this, but ALIREZA feeling the power. New strat, minimize damage by drawing all the games. Like, for ALIREZA, you want to just draw all the games from here and just take the L? Is that really the plan? 11-4 is such a scoreline. Like, okay, the pawn on g6. Of course he wanted to play it, but knight e4 opens the bishop. And look at that. Magnus resigns. ALIREZA with some confidence there. He gets a dub. There you go. Look at the chat. Like, how many games was it, honestly? So ALIREZA, he won game 3. He won game 4. He won 2 in a row. Game 3 and game 4. And then it was losses and draws all the way up to game 16. 12 games without a win. He's back, baby. I've had a position like this before. What opening was this? Oh, okay, yeah, I've literally played this position before. C6. Bishop f2. Bishop f8, king h1 is so clever. Kind of defending this pawn with the bishop because there's knight takes c6 in here. And if the king was on g1, then bishop takes f2 would be check. So Hmm. Chess Ninja D1, thanks for the 53 months. Ferda, welcome back with Prime Chess Ninja. And Hugh, thanks for the 32 months with Prime as well. Ooh, AliReza playing with energy. Bishop B5, knight takes D4, insta. Holy. Bishop G7. That's a like Magnus has his hand in the air because like how the hell is my bishop trapped on E8? What the fuck? That's nuts. Like your your bishop is sitting here and has nowhere to go. Like what? Excuse me? Is AliReza gonna pull 2 games in a row here? King G7 to try to play bishop F6. B6, I guess. As white, you have to take on B7 and knight D6, yeah. He's definitely causing some problems here. D takes E4, lost the queen in Slamka. So AliReza has 16 seconds. Magnus is obviously trying to play against his time here. You have to. I mean, when you're lost, when you're in a bad position, that's what you have to do. How is knight E4 here? Yeah, knight D5 though. Or knight F5, I guess. So if knight D2, bishop takes B2. But maybe that's... Could that be it? Knight D2, bishop B2, rook B1? It seems wrong. Take the bishop and rook E7. D2 though, I'm not sure you're delivering a mate there, are you? I just played D2 and I think I get a queen. Maybe you take the bishop and go G5 check. Maybe take the bishop, G5 check, force the king back, and then rook E7. That's interesting, because then you would make a draw with checks. Oh, knight E6 is such a big threat. And the D pawn is falling. Is Magnus actually flipping this position? I mean, to be honest, he already has a little bit. No, I don't know if that was a mouse slip or not. Knowing the match situation, I think it's possible AliReza wanted to play for a win and was hoping like rook takes d3, rook here, something. But it kind of does look like a mouse slip. It's hard to tell though, because I could see him wanting to play on as well. But that's a crazy flip. Like I said, Magnus is going to win the match every time when he's winning. Because let's say if Magnus is playing his usual chess, it's fair to say at least 50% of the time, probably more, he's going to be slightly better or have a real push to try to win. Maybe in like 6 out of 10 games, let's say. Let's say that he wins them all. He's already at least 50%. And then let's say AliReza is going to have his 4 to 5 games where he's slightly better and pushing for a win. If he starts to hand over like 1, 2 of those 4 games that he's going to have those chances to Magnus, like Magnus actually wins the games where AliReza is slightly better, suddenly the score goes from like 6-4 to 8-2. And that's what we're looking at here. 12-5. All it takes is 1 to 2 of those games to go the other way, and all of a sudden the match just looks super lopsided. D4. He'd like to... Honestly, I think he wants to trade the bishop and maybe even achieve some queen c2. Takes, and knight e4 is going to be really hard to deal with. So is it going to be knight b6? Hard to do this because you allow the knight into e4, but I think he's saying he can deal with it. He'll play knight d5. It's definitely too much here, but I would at least consider rook takes c3. But yeah, with the pawns mobile, it's definitely wrong. Krispy Kremer would recommend getting the London course or joining the gym. I mean, depends what you need, Krispy Kremer. The London course is good if you either, well, obviously play the opening already, or don't have a solid setup with white, a reliable setup, and you can get that out of the course. But like, if you already have pretty established openings that you like with the white pieces, and that you score like fine with, then obviously the gym would make more sense. But yeah, if you have any doubts with like your openings with white, your confidence with white, because you should always be playing for a win with the white pieces, with both maybe, but definitely with white. Then I would say the course makes more sense. Just been using the habit setup. Habit setup is good, but definitely I don't know which level of habits you're at. Like, I'm not sure where your elo falls there, because the habits set up for like level 1 habits is a lot different from what it evolves to in like level 3 and 4. But I definitely think that based on what I'm hearing, the London course could do you a lot of good. It's just worth so much having a real sense of confidence in your openings. Rook takes d3 and queen d5. He'll probably go back to f3. I think the gym is a fantastic supplement when you've got things figured out at least a little bit. Like, you're kind of comfortable in your openings, and then whatever general topics get discussed in the gym just work really well in conjunction with whatever you've already got. But it sounds like you'd probably benefit a little more from the course at the moment, be my guess. Slomka, thanks for the 47 months with Prime. E5 is just hanging here, right? Can you take it? B3 is pretty scary. Yeah, so he's going to play H6. He definitely had an opportunity to win the E5 pawn, but I think he took the safer approach. Rook D1 loses. Damn. This is clinical. Knight takes B3, maybe? Oh, the queen was on B8. For some reason, I thought it was on B7 already. Never mind me. Oof. As soon as Magnus lost the game, he immediately won 2 more. 13-5. And this will be the last 3+1 game. Queen D3. I mean, at this point, ALIREZA's he's on the tilt train. He is on the tilt train. Bishop takes H6. Was bishop takes H6 not the move there? I think you start with this because you can't take it. Point for Hambo. Man, what a brutal position. Yeah, I saw one move. I should be in the tournament. Sound logic. How's bishop takes G7 here? Maybe not quite it. All I know is like whatever defense the engine is seeing for black, most likely ALIREZA is not going to play it. Like, he might play a few good moves, but to defend absolutely every single correct move from here on out will just not happen. And there you go. Look, like, bishop f6 is so natural, but okay, what was the move? What does the engine want? At this point, I'm just like, rook h8. So rook h8, which to me seems a little bit funny because queen g6 is happening, and then you can just move the bishop. And the answer is to put the king on g8. And then to take here. Like, I don't know. This is just strange stuff. So immediately within one move, like bishop f6 was just wrong already. Okay, rook c1. The tilt is so relatable. White can also play like h5 at some point, like just if you need to move in there. Because this is about to be 14 to 5. Knight c6, queen takes d5, if not something else. Yeah, this is over. This is over. Queen c7. There's queen c5 there. It's crazy. Like, Magnus is just playing bishop e4, b4, h5. Like, look at these last couple moves by Magnus. I think everyone else would be like hunting for a complete KO finish, including myself. He's just boa constrictor. Yeah. There's just no moves. 14 to 5, a 9-point lead, and it's all but over here. There's a bullet portion, but quite literally, he can probably not even surrender a draw in bullet. 14 to 5 in a title match is convincing. Convincing. I mean, ALIREZA, I feel bad. Like, he's still going to be what, second place, and kind of destroyed Hikaru. Very impressive tournament, but fuck, that's just a rough feeling for anyone. Poor Reza. I'll be back in a sec. Hello, ABD. Average think. Pre-move percentage. Triple T stream. Thanks for the 45 months with Prime. Oof. Chess.com has these graphics that they like to throw at you, and I've told you. I think I've mentioned before that Danya and I had this thing while we were commentating that it was basically like chopping up fine lines of cocaine and snorting them, because the graphic will be like, it'll be like a graphic of Magnus Carlsen's chess.com account and how, you know, he scores a certain win percentage on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, et cetera, et cetera. And the graphic goes on the screen and you're just like, okay, I can like read the graphic, but to draw some like very finite conclusions, which is what they want you to do from the graphics, and like spend 3 minutes talking about it is quite difficult. So we always like joke to each other that it's like you need to just be like, oh yeah, the Wednesday performance from Magnus Carlsen is off the charts here, as you can see from the chess.com insights. Like, there's just no other way to talk about it than just furious amounts of cocaine. Because the conclusions that you need to draw are so out of this world. I don't know what they expect. The match, okay, it's now Sunday. Magnus plays better on Tuesdays. Firouzja thinks for 0.03 seconds longer than Magnus on Fridays. Wow, this means that the bullet portion will be very competitive. It's like they've got you on the race horses before they leave. They're like held back by the gates. And they're like holding them back, and they're like, give them some fucking cocaine, sprinkle it in there. Go, boy, go. Talk about that shit. Talk about that graphic. Talk about the Friday morning win percentage of Magnus Carlsen. Fuck. 14-5. Crazy, huh? 14-5. Okay. Ay. A full piece like that, I mean, that's rough. In some ways, that might be the most significant blunder of the match. TB Lightning, we have the courses and the group lessons. $15-5. Oh, look, it's Tim's opening. Yeah, there'll be more courses in the future. Can't say that I know exactly about what or what topics, what openings, etc., but definitely. Interesting. I thought knight d3 was there. Bishop e3. Bishop h4 is also not crazy. I kind of like bishop h4. Yeah. So uncomfortable. The queen is tethered to the knight on a5. Desperately, Magnus wants to play rook b1, but it's just not permitted. Okay, d4 is falling here. This is not by design. He's got to bail out with knight e4, knight d6 or something. Knight on d8 actually covers everything. King c8 maybe. The h pawn is going to start running here. Rook a1. I wonder at which point you just play h4. Yeah. h4, h5. Like, just send it. Knight c3. Interesting. Queen f6 takes an f7, f8. That was very... Spotted that very, very quickly. Must be a draw here. Wow, knight takes d5 from Magnus. He's a funny guy. He's going into a known losing variation, and he's got a smirk on his face. Like, everything we've seen so far is... These are, like, moves I know from... Feels like when I was, like, 2 years old or something. Like, it's like the first thing I've ever learned in chess. Magnus looking to win from this position. Rook f8, king f7, king g8. There's also a4, don't forget. Knight takes e5. Holy, that looks scary. What, b4? b4, knight b5, queen b6. Knight e4? Yeah, knight e4 looks very strong. What the hell is going on? Bishop b7? I mean, white's got 4 pawns here, but it still feels very competitive. I like the way ALIREZA handled the position without the queens on the board. Oh, rook c1. Yeah. King c5 was a mistake. Okay, so shockingly, you can't play a losing opening. I mean, to be honest, he could. He lost later for unrelated reasons, but I think Magnus is in his having fun era right now. How many games are there? Well, there's 20 more minutes. So as many games as you can fit into 20 more minutes. Maybe f6. The pressure on f4 is very annoying. Maybe d3. Yeah, the white rook just can never move. Rook d3 you could try, but I think you're going to end up worse there. Wow, Magnus just coordinated out of absolutely nowhere there. That's crazy. Rook e7 or king f8. Rook takes g4 is going to be a threat. Oh man, what a position. You got to go to B1. Wow, rook G3, not rook D7. Quite unexpected and very strong. Now you use the rook to handle the A pawn. King F3? Maybe F5? Just start pushing another pawn. Oof. What a battle this is. This is such a long bullet game, by the way. It's like a 5-minute bullet game. King E3, definitely have to try. But rook D2 is not a threat. Oh, he went on time, it looks like. But rook D2 is a threat there at the end. Okay, there's 15 minutes left. It's a, 8-point lead. A5 looks like a good move. The knight's going to get to use the C5 square. Wow. Gets to use the C5 square straight away. It's funny, TB Lightning. Someone asked the exact same question. I'm not even sure if they're still in the chat, but literally like half an hour ago. I'll answer it the exact same way, which is the group lessons are a good supplement to, someone who's already working on chess reasonably. It's not like their openings are at a super high level, but at least they like the openings they're playing. They like the positions that they're getting. And, you're happy enough with it. You might not be playing your whatever opening you have at a high level, but yeah, you're happy enough with it. Maybe you should study it more, whatever. So it works as a pretty good supplement to that. If you're just regularly playing chess, regularly doing tactics, and you're in the gym, that'll be a good ecosystem of work. But we're not always going to be working on stuff that's going to pertain to you, or be super, super useful for you every single time. The knight f2 hurts. The course is fantastic. If you don't have that confidence, let's say with the white pieces, if you don't really have an opening you're particularly passionate about, or if you haven't really worked on openings at all, then the course makes a lot of sense. And of course, if you happen to play the London, then then I highly, highly recommend it. But I don't know. Let's say the guy who asked before, for example, I think he was saying like, yeah, he basically plays the habits openings. Then I said, okay, I think the course would be a pretty good recommendation for you in that case. Whereas for someone like Tim Cannon, for example, I mean, Tim has like his own openings. He has his Evans that he likes. You think of like Salty, he has his openings that he likes. It's not like either of them are playing those openings at a crazy high level, but they have their ecosystem, their chess ecosystem is running, up and running. But then there are people like Valentinian who, when Val starts his games, I think he plays like D4, C4 and fucking wings it from there. That's someone who could benefit more from a course. So maybe think about which category of those two groups you fall into, because if you don't really have an opening that you feel super confident with, then the course would be a great option. Even if you currently play E4 and you're like just making it work, don't really know a lot of theory, don't know a lot of, haven't studied it too much, the course can still be great. Like I don't think it's difficult to start playing this London for the first time. I wouldn't be too worried about that. Well, it's definitely it's not geared towards a level where it should be too intimidating to pick it up. TB Lightning. So it's not like you walk in there and you're expected to know all about it. Yeah, you should be able to pick it. Okay, Rook D8 is pretty strong. I wonder if he's gonna take on C8 and play C6. Fuck, what an animal! What an animal! But if I was teaching you like, if you played D4 your whole life and I was teaching you like the Ruy Lopez, like that would be quite a jump. But the London works against everything, so it's not gonna feel too intimidating, I think. How different do I find it compared to other London courses on Chessable? Maybe that's a better question to someone like Casino Duck who already has it. But I'm not sure you're going to get a perfect comparison. All I know is that there is not a London course out there that covers the London the way that I play it. I play it the traditional way with the pawns like D4, E3, C3. There's like a lot of Jobava London coverage. There's a lot of other lines with D4, E3, and like knight D2 early, but I play with C3 very quick. Very systematic, very comfortable. Positions look very similar. So I did the London this particular way because I know there's not exact material that really replicates it. So both TB Lightning. Yeah, if you do like exclamation mark course and just see the landing page there, you'll see like comes with 8-9 hours of video explanations. So it's like a big PGN file. So it'll look something like this. I guess I have the screen zoomed. Yeah, it'll look like this with all these moves here. Except obviously it'll be way more thorough. Like for H3, there might be like 3 different moves suggested. So it'll branch off into trees. Magnus is just dominating meanwhile. It'll branch off into trees. But it also has like text explanations there. Lots of like arrows and highlights. So it'll feel very much like when you're watching commentary and people are analyzing on screen. But then there's also video explanations that accompany that. So to be honest, you can do it without the videos, meaning if you just want to review things quick, you can use the PGNs, just like fire through the moves very quickly just to review. But definitely the first time as you're watching it, you'll get the most by using the video alongside it. But there's quite a lot of different ways that things get explained. G4? Question mark? Knight's trapped? Knight is trapped. ALIREZA is... he's plummeting here. Bishop C1? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, there's lots of video explanations, text, arrows, highlights, etc., etc. So I think you should find yourself well taken care of in terms of explanations. Dude, this is a real stomp. 6 minutes left. And if you've never used big PGN files before with lots of variations, there's also a short little video that I included about basically how to use, yeah, how to open those files properly. Magnus is just going to go like here, 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 and win. Yeah, honestly, you can just play h5 here and you can just try to win on the queen side maybe. Honestly, black's bishop is also out of play, so it's not that easy. Rook b to a8, then b6. It's a little bit troublesome. Giving up the d pawn there. So now rook a2. And then, yeah, this should be over. Queen b1? Question mark? Yeah, this is nothing you can do about bishop e3 coming in. B-pawn, thanks for the 13 with prime. Yeah, I think you might be right, Xenobate. I think you might be right. It's a really an incredible score. Like, what was it? 21-9 was Hikaru over Hans. 21-9, something like that. And this looks like it's going to exceed that. Was it close at the start? I mean, at the very start, it was close. It was 0-0, so I would say yes. Oof. Just game after game after game. How many wins is that in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 wins in a row. 6. Complete stomp. Feels bad for Mr. Reza. I'm not sure, Stu. They almost always have a split. Like, depending on the split, you win more and less money. But I'm not sure if they're keeping that for the live finals. But if it's anything like what I know, I think the answer is yes, actually. '93. Probably the last game now. So, because I'm in the chess.com Slack, I can see it. But they're saying the biggest margin of victory in any SEC final was 23-8. Hikaru beating Wesley 23-8. And this is 22.5 to 7.5. So it's already the biggest, tied for the biggest margin of victory. And if Magnus wins this game, it will definitely be the biggest margin of victory. I think he resigned just to be done with the match, to be honest. That was either 8 or 9-0, yeah. Holy smokes. But okay, he obviously just tossed the last game just to resign the match effectively. Yeah, I think the point, BYD, is that for it to happen in the final is pretty serious. Like, at that point, there shouldn't be big scores like that anymore. Magnus just dominated this. Absolutely crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. Holy. Wow. That was very one-sided. GG's. Definitely deserved victory for Magnus. Still, though, can't really forget that the way... Okay, this one was like another level, but still, AliReza made Hikaru look way worse than Hikaru actually is in their match, and that's what Magnus just did. So there's definitely levels, and it just kind of depends which version of yourself shows up that day and which version of your opponent. But AliReza definitely crushed Hikaru, which is in like a full speed chess format. That's never been done before. You know, Magnus is the only guy that has done that, so definitely some good takeaways. But yeah, he just didn't have the stamina, didn't have the level to keep up with Magnus over a long match. Magnus is still just so undisputed, so much better than the competition right now. All right, there you go. That's the Speed Chess Championship for you. I am going to sign off. I guess if you guys want to watch the interviews, chess.com has the main channel here. But pretty soon, like maybe in an hour or so, we're going to try to do some IRL chess stream on our Kick channel. So just so you know, kick.com/chessbra. Hopefully it works seamlessly. It might not. So be prepared for technical difficulties, but try a little IRL streaming tonight and maybe tomorrow as well on Kick. But yeah, it's not going to be a perfect handoff. So I'm going to sign off for now and like try to get things together for that. So I have some time. But yeah, maybe see you guys in about an hour. Kick.com/chessbra. Try to get some IRL chess going. See if this streaming setup works. Thanks for watching all the SEC. It's over now. Congrats to Magnus. But yeah, if you want to catch the interview, it'll be on the main channel. Okay, guys, take care. I'm out for now, and yeah, we'll try some IRL tonight, and then tomorrow probably stream mid-afternoon or something. So